Sorry, DLs. I had the other one turned on, not my power. We're on page 145. We're just reading those list of sayings. And sorry about that. We've not made many comments, but we're just reading them. We're down to number 7. Friends, what is number 7? Friends what? Last? Okay. Friends last, sorry about that. Friends last longer than the least they are used. Right? Okay. Friends last longer the less they are used. I'm going to make these corrections here real quick. Okay? Bear with me. Oh, man. But they can be lost by one. Huh? Amen. The more arguments you win, the fewer friends you'll have. So for folks, better. Shh. Make enemies by complaining too much to their friends. Friends last. There it is. Last longer. The less. Friends last longer the less they are used. Shh. Hey. Hey, guys. Hey. Hey. Just because I stopped teaching doesn't mean you have to have this across the room discussion. Good. Lands. There was another one that I had a misspelling or something. What was it? I fixed number 7. Oh, there it is. Okay. Let me save this, and we'll be up and running in just a second. Okay. Okay, so there's number 7. Shh. Friends last longer the least they are used. Okay? That's what I said, less. Did I say least? Okay, the less they are used. Number 8, don't make your friends a dumping ground for your troubles. Okay? A lot of times we think our friends, just because they're our friends, we can share everything with them. Well, part of that is true. Okay? Part of that is true because if we can't go to our friends, good friends, and share problems or whatever, then who can we go to? Okay? But at the same time, you can go too often. Okay? And sometimes the friend just, in their mind, is, if they're a good friend, they're not saying it, but they may be thinking, you know, I'd like a day without an issue. Okay? And so be careful. Be careful.
That's usually just the people who make issues out of nothing.
Right.
They just have issues all the time. Feel like actual messed up stuff. I mean,
Right.
it's just your life. Like, what are you going to do about that?
I know. But I'm just saying, be careful. You know. But like I said, if you can't go to your good friends, who can you go to? Because sometimes, and I'll be honest, you can't go to your parents on some things. Or you don't feel like you can, or you don't want to. Okay? Okay? But you shouldn't feel that way. I hope you can feel that you can go to your parents on most everything. But a lot of times it's easier if you have a good friend that's going to give you some good advice. You can go to them better. Okay, number 9. Constant use will wear out anything, especially friends. Okay? And number 10, knock your friends often enough and soon you'll find no one at home.
That should be
Well, isn't that what's in your book though? Okay, and I would agree with you when I read that way. Okay. Um, well, the knock is playing on the last part of the sentence. You'll find no one at home. Okay. Number 11. A friend is like a dollar. Hard to get, easy to throw away. Okay.
Mr. Brown, you're gonna make all of us cry.
Okay. Number 12. Shh. Promises may get fines. Is that fines? Is it friends? Man alive.
Promises made it.
Should it be friends? Sorry guys. My goodness. This is bad. I feel bad today.
Mr. Brown, you're probably doing these at like 2 in the morning. And we're like super tired.
Friends. Now how do you spell friends?
I don't know. E-N-T-S. We're just friends.
Oh goodness. Dios. Say that. You know what I just did? Oh, hey, class. I just closed out of the whole thing. Oh, this is, let me catch up with you here. What are we on, number 13 now? Oh, what a day so far. And it's only just begun. Too small. So many promises. Okay, anyway. Okay, here we are, number 12. Promises may get friends, but it is performances that keeps them. Okay? Number 13. A man never gets so rich that he can afford to lose a friend. Okay? Number 14. You can't cultivate a friend by digging up dirt around him. Okay? You can't keep bringing up dirt even about him or even somebody else and build your friendship, or you shouldn't be able to. Okay? 15. A friend you can buy can be bought from you. Okay? If you can buy a friend, you've just listen. If you can buy a friend, you bought them from someone else. Okay? Shh. So if you bought them from someone else, that means someone, ladies, can buy them from you. Okay? Number 16. You'd be surprised how you can win friends and influence people if you have some idea of what you're talking about. Number 17. Running down your friends is the quickest way to run them off.
So like a friend you can buy can be bought from you. You know,
These are just sayings. These are just sayings. 18. The trouble with being a grouch is that you have to make new friends every few months. Because people get tired of grouches. Number 19. Selfish individuals have a very easy time of it if they can get along without friends. Because they're selfish. They're only concerned about themselves. Number 20. People who hold their tongue rarely have any trouble holding their friends. 21. It is extremely difficult for a man who loses his temper to hold his friends. People just don't like to be around people that are constantly losing their temper. Those are some sayings. Now, granted, guys, enough is enough. Now, granted, some of those sayings we wouldn't use necessarily today, but the application of them, the thought behind them, is applicable to today. Okay? Proverbs 14:29. He that is slow to wrath is of great understanding, but he that is hasty of spirit exalteth folly. Proverbs 16:29. A violent man enticeth his neighbor, and leadeth him into the way that is not good. Proverbs 25:8. Go not forth hastily to strive, but lest thou know not what to do in the end thereof, when thy neighbor has put thee to shame. So what does a person with a quick temper exalt? Folly. Folly can be basically anything that is of controversy, of anything that is wrong, okay? Anything that doesn't have substance to it, okay? And by the way, I think, okay, that was, thanks, Adam. I just saw your note there, and I got somebody's text. I haven't looked at it, but I assume that that's what it was about the audio. So thank you guys for paying attention there. But a person with a quick temper, it's not going to bring anything but confusion, mischief, problems. Okay? How does he do so? Or how does he do it? Through hastily or reacting in a hasty spirit. And generally, a person that does this feels remorse, generally. But then they go back, they do it again. So they really haven't corrected the problem. Okay? They're just putting a Band-Aid on it, basically. Putting a Band-Aid on the problem, and then they rip the Band-Aid off and know it's going to hurt, but yet that's okay because the problem. Okay? Now, Avery, hopefully you're not watching any videos back there. Okay. Just with your headphones on. I understand the costume. Okay. Okay. Or no, you're not gaming then, are you? Okay. Okay. Well, you know, everything's virtual now. I, well, if you know me with technology, that is funny. Okay, for me to even think about it virtually. Okay. Okay, what kind of man controls his temper? This is not a good day, guys. Man alive. Hello? Huh? Yeah. Oh. Okay. Shh. Hey, Doug, Gabby. Shh. What kind of man controls his temper? I almost said it again. Which means is slow to wrath. What kind of a man controls his temper, Doug? A man that has great understanding, or even some understanding. Shh. Guys, if a person has understanding, now what did we say at the beginning of the year? What is understanding? It's applying what you know of God. The learning aspect. Okay? Understanding the aspects of what's right, what's wrong. Shh. Doug? Amethyst? You talking to Avery? Thank you. So if you have any level of understanding, shh, you're going to try to control your temper. Now, are we always going to succeed on that? No. Hopefully we can. And if you can, great. Okay? But we are going to fall because of our sin nature. But here's the thing about doing the sin, having a temper, etc. Doug, 2. Here's the thing about this. Okay? We can get upset. And keep in mind that verse. Just I'm going to paraphrase big time. Okay? If you get upset, and you can get upset and sin not. Okay? But that's not the verse, but you know that verse that I'm talking about. Okay? What do we do? What do we do to correct the problem? Get upset, okay, because of something. What do you do next is the part of the understanding. Okay? Do you continue? Then it becomes major. Okay? Then you get in big trouble. Okay? But to get upset about something may not necessarily be wrong at the moment, Gabby, 1. May not be wrong at the moment, but how do you handle it? Okay? And I'm not condoning getting upset. I get upset. Okay? But how do we change that? How do we correct it? That's what you got to keep in mind. And that's part of the understanding. Okay? A man that controls his temper, Val said it again, is a man of great understanding. So what does this man understand? The foolishness of losing it. And that's what usually happens after all this is over. The person says, really, why did I get upset? Why did I yell at the ref even though the ref needed to be yelled at? Shouldn't have said it that way. Why did I yell at the ref? Okay? And listen, there was many times in a basketball game as Gabby, 2. Austin, 1. There were many times that I got upset at refs. Okay? Many times I got upset at refs. Later on, even after the game, even almost immediately after I did it, I'm thinking, why? Why did I do it? It didn't help. It didn't help my team because it put the ref against my team because I got upset with the ref. Okay? There's other ways, and I tried to learn that over the years of coaching, that there are many ways to get the refs on your side versus yelling at them. Okay? But, shh. What do we do with the understanding? We got to realize the foolishness of it. just like what you basically just did. You realized your foolishness at this moment of the talking. And a lot of it was because someone saw me pick up my pen. And some of you are on the verge of a demerit. The problems. That's it. We had a hopefully a good day. Hopefully you got some enjoyment off of my mistakes today. Enjoy the hump day because now we are sliding into the weekend. Okay? So actually, we're just coming up onto the crest of it. Okay? So we're not ready to slide off yet. We're jumping, ready to go down and enjoy the weekend. So hang in there. We'll see you at science. Okay, guys.
You guys can hear me. We are in our vocab books, page number 60. Yes, vocab books. Okay, go ahead and work on exercise A. Exercise A, filling in those definitions or those vocab words. Adrian, vocab book, exercise A. Then get a pen. Then ask for one. From Isaac. What's your occupation? Oh, nice. Didn't see the badge. So I guess he did a good job of being undercover. It's just a student tie. I was like, or his little dad. Guys, you should be working on exercise A. Exercise A. Nice. Get a little notepad. A little notepad. No, she brought it for me and Mr. Coral. Well, it's not like she hasn't brought you anything else. Like she got you, didn't she get you like Jack in the Box or something the other day? Yeah. Guys, I don't know why, but everyone's mask is literally off, so it should be on. Sorry. Put it underneath. Gabby, you should be working on exercise A. It doesn't matter. Black. Then go get one. Amethyst mask. Put it underneath your beanie. What in the world? You take your beanie off like a normal person. All right, let's do number one. Balaam's donkey blinked at the sight of the angel blocking his path. Who has this one? Okay, let's raise our hands. Austin? What? Not walked. What? You're like, walked. Bulked. With a B, bulked. Okay, number two. After his first year in college, the blank young man realized how much he had to learn about living. Lena? Callow. Good. Number three. Effortlessly, the blank gymnast flipped through the air and landed squarely on the balance beam. Ricky? Lithe. Actually, this one is pronounced as lithe. Okay? Lithe. Number four. It is a melancholy of mine own, compounded of many simples, extracted from many objects, and indeed, the blank contemplations of my travels. Jesse? You have something with this yet? Who has this one? Jaden? Sundry. Good. Okay. Number four was sundry. Number five, 90% cacao sends chocolate lovers to the brink of pure blank. Andrew? Oh, I talked to Andrew. But yes. Bliss. Okay, since Andrew knows so much about chocolate, he wrote his paper on chocolate. Number 6, having blank about my decision, I sought counsel from my parents. Derek? Yes, having blank. Okay, who was number 6? Adrian? What was it? Not Rue. Amethyst? Number 6. Qualms. Okay. A feeling of doubt, fear, so he sought counsel. Number 7. After several months on the sea, the travelers began to rue the day that they left their homeland. Number 7 is rue. Sorry. Number 8. We knew that the old album had come from the attic by the way it blinked of blank of mold. Not blinked. Maya? Reeked of mold. That's why I said blinked, because it's reek. If it smells like mold, yeah, it's kind of gross. Number 9, when the light began to blank, the hikers stopped to set up camp for the night. Elijah, do you have number 9? Not slough. Ricky? Wane. Number 9 is wane. Number 10, we watched the snake squeeze between sharp rocks in attempt to blank off its skin. Adrian? No. You think in attempt to dastardly off its skin? No. Slough. Okay. Number 11, the Swiss infantry behaved in a blank manner and deserted their post. Avery? Dastardly. Number 12, the Vikings blanked surrounding provinces, prompting the desperate prayer, God deliver us from the fury of the Norsemen. Who has this one? Gabby? Parade. Good. Okay. So like I said, if you haven't turned in your vocab yet, please do. If you haven't done it, please do it tonight. I will only give, obviously, the basketball guys, what's it called, leniency if it's not turned in today, tomorrow, but everyone who was in class knows the homework from last night, so that should have been turned in. Okay? Go ahead and put that away. Take out your grammar. Take out your grammar. No grammar homework from last night, but let's open to page number 143, I believe. Give me one second. Yes. Yes. And then, guys, if you haven't turned in your diagrams yet, please do. That was due yesterday. That was Monday night's homework. Okay? So, yes, Jesse. That is next week on Tuesday. Okay? Page 143. 143. Okay. Yesterday, we talked about, or we just did the end of our diagrams with noun clauses. So remember that they go on stilts. But who remembers the words, or just go ahead and yell them out, well, not literally yell, but say them out loud. What words go on a dotted line and then hovering above that, whether, and if? If you haven't written it down yet or understood, good. Okay? So if you haven't written it down yet, the words that, whether, and if are always going to be hovering above the clause diagram because it's not functioning as something on the line. It's not functioning as subject. It's not functioning as a complement or an adjective or an adverb or a modifier. So it's not on the line. That's why it's kind of hovering above. Yes, Ricky? And with an X, yes. So if you guys see in your example on page 142, the direct object, they thought Thursday was a holiday. X is there because you could say they thought that Thursday was a holiday. But obviously, since it's not there, it has an understood indicator word, which is shown here with an X. Okay? Let's look at page 143 using parallel structure. Parallel structure. Number 1, ideas that are logically parallel should be structurally parallel. When 2 or more ideas in a sentence are logically related and equally important, they should be stated in the same grammatical form. Okay? Here's what this kind of goes into depth of what this means. Okay? Coordinating conjunctions, okay, these are the ones that join sentences together or join words together, like the words and, but, or. They indicate parallel ideas, okay? So, for example, if you're saying me and him, okay, that's two people. It's the same thing. It's parallel, all right? So when we put those in a sentence, we are kind of indicating that they are equal. You're talking about one thing in a sentence and then another thing in a sentence. They're both equal, all right? When a reader sees a coordinated conjunction, he assumes that what comes next or immediately after the conjunction is logically parallel to what goes immediately before the conjunction. So logically, they would be parallel with coordinating conjunctions. Of course, in a series of items, commas usually take the place of a conjunction, and therefore, we expect all items in a series to be structurally parallel, okay? With the conjunction and, you're listing off all these things, and you say the word and, all of those are things, all right? We kind of just assume them to be a whole part of a list. If the first item is a noun, we expect all the other items in the series to be a noun. If the first item is a gerund, we expect all the other items to be gerunds, okay? So kind of like when we were talking about our outline, remember, we were also studying parallelism in this, where our first point, if it was a noun, our second point needs to be a noun. Same thing with our third point. If our first point was ending in ing, our second point needed to end in ing, and so did our third point. Same thing here. Everything needs to be structurally and logically parallel when we're having coordinating conjunctions, okay? So ideas need to be logically parallel. They also need to be structurally parallel, all right? Look at your examples. This is how it's not parallel, all right? Jeff likes fishing, swimming, and to hike, okay? You would have to change it to hiking in order for it to be parallel, okay? Not parallel. That you are a sinner and your need of the Savior are two truths you must face, okay? That's not parallel because you need to have both as a clause, all right? That you are a sinner and that you need a Savior. That's how it would be parallel. And that's what we're dealing with when we're talking about parallel structure, okay? Number 2, a parallelism diagram helps you see whether items are not or they are parallel, okay? Not parallel. Fishing, swimming, and to hike. Parallel. Fishing, swimming, hiking. Those are just going to help you see if they are parallel or not parallel. Gabby, turn around. Number 3, when checking for parallelism, look at the first word or phrase in each item. Okay, that's what we're just going to look at, the first word. If each item begins with the same kind of word or phrase, you can be sure that the items are parallel even if the other parts in each item differ. Okay, look at your examples. All the examples below are parallel, even though items may not be the same length. The first word or phrase in each item determines what parallelism structure we're going with, okay? So the first word, look at your example. Children are to honor their parents, okay? So we need to, in the rest of this sentence, start with an infinitive there, okay, guys? Whatever communication's going on, stop, okay? Jeff fishes for pleasure, swims to stay in condition, and hikes. Okay, all of those verbs need to be in the same structure. Okay, let's practice it. Exercise A. Go ahead and take out a sheet of paper. Actually, it's just saying to draw parallel diagrams, but we can just change it in our book. Okay, go ahead and change that in a book. You don't need to take out a sheet of paper. Number 1, 2 large land purchases by the United States were the Louisiana Purchase in 1803 and the Alaska Purchase in 1867. Okay, this one we're looking at our verbs. We're looking at maybe the list of items that were purchased. If it's correct, go ahead and write correct. But let's see if this is parallel. Okay, does anything need to be changed here? No. Okay, good. 2 large land purchases by the United States were A, Louisiana Purchase, and B, Alaska Purchase. Both are correct. Okay, number 2, the economy of our young nation was aided by interior expansion, mineral discovery, improved manufacturing techniques, and transportation development. Okay? Does anything need to be changed here? What needs to be changed? Good. We would take out improved because that's another verb there that we need to all just go under was aided. So I would change it to the economy of our young nation was aided by interior expansion, mineral discovery, manufacturing techniques. All of those lists need to be just nouns, okay? Number 3, among other things, the 10th commandment forbids stealing, committing adultery, and taking the Lord's name in vain. Okay, are these all parallel? They are parallel. Notice this. Here's why. Okay, everyone look at your book. Okay, yes. So stealing, that's the word that we need to look at, the first verb in the list. It ends in ing, so everything else needs to end in ing. Okay, so stealing, committing adultery, taking the name's Lord in vain. Okay, those are all parallel. Number 4, to see the Grand Canyon, to visit Yosemite, and to drive the Rocky Mountains are all part of Mr. Olson's retirement plan. Class, are those all parallel, yes or no? Yes, it is parallel. Notice to see, to visit, and to drive. Okay? Look at exercise B, page 144. Exercise B, page 144. Okay? Circle the coordinating conjunctions and the commas that stand between logically parallel items. Okay, underline these items. Then rewrite the following sentences, making each item structurally parallel. Let's just do number 1. Okay, look at your example. She learned knitting. Then there's a comma there. Crocheting. Then they circled the comma and the coordinating conjunction. And how to sew. Okay, we need to change it to all ing. So they changed it to sewing. Okay, so look at number 1. Let's do this together. Mowing lawns, weeding gardens, and to run errands are the ways Jay earned money for his week at music camp. Okay? In the blank, you can just write what needs to be changed. All right, so go ahead and work on that one. What do I need to underline? What do I need to circle? Obviously, circle the coordinating conjunctions and the commas that stand between them, so you would circle the commas and the coordinated conjunction. Andrew, you have this one? Run to, yeah, to run is changed to running, so it would be mowing lawns, weeding gardens, and running errands. Okay, then I would circle my comma, circle my comma and coordinated conjunction of the word and. Okay? All right, we'll practice those a little bit more tomorrow. No grammar homework since it is a Wednesday, but make sure that everyone is studying for their literature test tomorrow. We did review a little bit yesterday in class, so make sure that if you are missing any of the notes, if you're missing any of the PowerPoint that had what you need to know, let me know, and then I can show it to you, put it up on the screen so you can take a picture of it or write it down. But other than that, you guys are dismissed. Again, please turn in your homework from yesterday, 7 through 12 twice if you haven't already.
All right, welcome, distant learners. Sorry I'm a little late. We're talking about some things. Okay, so hopefully you're doing well. Okay, make sure you do your assignment that was given on Monday. I believe you guys, if you haven't turned it in as well, basketball guys, write it down right now since you didn't write it down on Monday when I told you to write it down. Okay, if you haven't turned it in, it was page 293, questions 1 through 6. Right there. Okay, so distant learners, if you didn't catch that either, page 293, questions 1 through 6, that will be due today. So make sure that's turned in, unless, like Uvia, when you turn this up by hand, that's due this Friday. If not, it is a 0. Make sure you do that. Okay, we are on note number 55. We're going to pick up. We're not doing a lot today, so just follow along. Please be quiet while we're doing the notes so we can just get through them, then be done for today. But we do have a few. We'll probably finish the lesson tomorrow, so we'll do half today, half tomorrow. Not have a quiz on Friday since most of us will be gone. We'll have a quiz the next following Monday. Do you listen ever?
No.
I said I don't know yet. I got to ask.
Well, I count on you to know everything. I count on you as like.
I have to ask my boss. And I'll send you a schedule just like I did last time. Okay, here we go. Okay, moving on. In this time, okay, we just talked about Thomas Edison, who is known as what? Okay, basically one of the greatest inventor of all time. He's the GOAT of inventing. Okay, Gabby, turn around. Doug, no more talking. Derek and Doug, mask on, please. Stop chewing your nails. It's not good for you anyways. I'm going to get the hottest spices there are, put them in your nails, so every time you chew your nails, you're going to die. Yeah, I know. One of my best friends chews his nails, and they're disgusting.
I used to buy my nails like a lot until 6th grade, and then I just realized that
And it's so gross. So much nastiness underneath your nails. I know, I hate it. Worst thing, my little brother, when he was 8, he used to chew his toenails. That was gross. All right, here we go. Moving on. Okay, we're talking about this gross. Everyone sit down. Adrian, you're supposed to be sitting down. Not talking right now. Okay, we're talking about the gross national product, the GNP. Okay, this was the total output of goods and services at this time. Okay, again, what industry or age are we talking about? I already said it. Age of industry, I kind of already said it. Okay, during this time, again, everything, production, consumption, distribution, everything is growing. Okay, our technology is growing. Okay, so this gross national product, or the GNP, okay, this output of goods and services, this basically like this kind of company, okay, this thing, okay, help the process of this to allow it to grow. Okay, but with this, an idea is going to come in, one idea. Okay, one of the economic theories that are going to come into play. Okay, capitalism. I'm sure you guys have heard that term before. Okay, capitalism is an economic theory in which these things. Okay, there's private ownership of the means of production. Okay, you have privacy in your company. Okay, you have privacy in your different things. Okay, in capitalism, investments are determined by private decisions rather than by the states. Hello, Mr. S. Nothing, he just walked by. Okay, also we see prices, production, and distribution of goods are determined mainly in free market rather than by state control. Okay, there's different economies. You'll learn that in economics. Okay, we're talking about right now in economics. Okay, but with capitalism, this type of economy, okay, it's basically like a privacy economy. Okay, you have privacy and freedom to do what you want a little bit. Yes, sir. Doug.
Oh, how do you commit tax fraud? Because tax fraud is technically part of capitalism, so it is part of the topic.
Bad question right now. Yes, ma'am.
why do people say that capitalism is like evil? Like, no,
Because it is now. The idea of capitalism, original idea, isn't a bad thing, but it became known as a bad thing.
I thought capitalism was good.
It is. It's supposed to be. The original thought of it is, but sometimes it can become bad. I mean, just like the more freedom you have, the more responsibility you have, but people aren't responsible, it could become bad. That kind of stuff.
Communism is like race.
Capitalism isn't communism. Capitalism isn't communism. They're different. Yeah. Yeah. All right, Gabby. Okay, capitalism is the only economic system consistent with personal liberty and responsibility. Again, okay, with freedom, like I just told Amethyst, with freedom, okay, comes responsibility. Okay, quote Spider-Man, okay, you know, the greater the power you have, the more responsibility, or whatever he says. With great power comes great responsibility. I just said it. With great power comes great responsibility. I just said it after. Yeah, I was saying a different phrase, but it's the same thing I was saying. No one cares about you. No one cares about Tobey Maguire. That's a whack Spider-Man anyways. Huh? I don't know. It's a toss-up between Tom Holland and Andrew Garfield. He's funny, but he's just too old. All right, shh. Guys, stop messing around with hand sanitizer. Class over here. Shh. Quiet. Okay, another type of economy. Well, not really another. Basically the same thing, a little bit different. Okay, free enterprise. Okay, which is what we know it by. Okay, that's why people don't really like the term capitalism, because they take it the wrong way, they think the wrong thing. Okay, this is the way that we kind of know it today. Free enterprise. Okay, this is another name for capitalism because it leaves the individual free to make something of himself if he has the enterprise or energy, initiative to do it. Basically saying, hey, you have the freedom to be great. You get to choose whether you're great or not. Okay, you have the freedom for your company to grow. It's whether you put in the work or not. We won't be here Friday. We won't be here Friday.
Oh my gosh.
We're ahead of you, man. Oh, no, we are. We're honoring you guys.
No.
Oh, yeah.
We're gonna watch fireworks.
Nope. Well, you'll have fireworks right out there. Fireworks out there. What? It should be tomorrow. All right, shh, we're almost done. I told you we're not doing a lot today, so be quiet. We're still talking too much. Gabby, conversation after. Shh, shh. Okay, by the beginning of the 20th century, the U.S. has clearly displayed its new position as a world power. Okay, obviously from going back and defeating Spain in the Spanish-American War in 1898. Okay, that's kind of the last war that we kind of succeeded in, that really grew us to become who we are, to become one of the top powers of the world today. Okay, obviously we rivaled England at that time when England was one of the strongest powers. France a little bit. Okay, then we had alliance with France also. Okay, but we see that. Okay, the U.S. further proved her status as a world power with the building of the Panama Canal.
There's a typo in the note.
Where?
World power, twice. It said it twice.
Where?
Yeah, it says world power.
Oh, in the notes? Notes aren't mine, so sorry. Okay, the U.S. further proved her status as a world power with the building of the Panama Canal. This greatly expanded American influence in the Western Hemisphere and the Pacific. Okay, all the way, that's why, like, even now, we kind of control islands like Guam. Okay, I mean, we don't control like a dictatorship, but we do have bases there. Okay, we work out of there. We help those islands as well. Okay, we influence the Pacific. Shh, ladies. Okay, and obviously the Western Hemisphere, talking about like where we are now, California. Okay, there is a typo on this next one. I'm going to fix it before you guys judge me. You guys always judge me.
It's our job.
Wait, when are they going to announce the basketball?
Probably tomorrow, dude.
Okay, then I'm going to look. Swag.
Okay, John D. Rockefeller. I'm sure we've heard of him before. John D. Rockefeller. I told you there's a lot of names in this chapter, so the next time we have a quiz or test, Adrian, put your chair down. You got to be able to write notes, and you can't do that when you're sitting back like that. And I already told you if you don't have notes, you need to write them down on a piece of paper, but it looks like you have notes, so write it down. Because if you don't have a note, and I do a notebook check tomorrow, you get a 0. So, okay, John D. Rockefeller. He was an industrial giant in the oil industry. Obviously, oil means what?
Yes.
Money. It means money. Okay, oil means money, even today. Okay, oil means money. Okay, so this guy, very rich. Okay, he was a giant in this beginning time of the 1900s. Okay, he was a giant in the industry of oil.
Don't be an Enos, Douglas.
Shh. Douglas, quiet, put your chair down. Okay, another giant in a different industry, the steel industry. Andrew Carnegie. He was the industrial giant in the steel industry. We kind of talk about the guys that kind of ruled or basically were the best in what they did. We have the oil industry, the steel industry. Andrew Carnegie. Okay, next we have the banking industry. I'll leave it up there. Okay, the banking industry. Anyone have any guesses? I was going to say they're actually a bank today. Okay, the bank was named originally after him. Okay, obviously it's very grown. No, not Bank of America. Sorry, man. Chase Bank. Chase Bank.
It's like Chase DeBoer.
No, like Chase Bank. Okay, J.P. Morgan. He was the industrial giant in the banking industry. Okay, yes, J.P. Morgan, Chase Bank. That's the one they use now. It was J.P. Chase. All right, that's where we're going to end for today. We're going to finish our notes tomorrow. There's not a lot left. Okay, we're going to finish those tomorrow. Okay, I told you there wasn't a lot left. We'll probably have a quiz on Friday or a possible test coming up soon. Okay, so be ready for that. Possibly. No, not Friday. I already told you not Friday. We're not here. Sorry. It'll probably be Monday if we have a quiz. Okay, there is no homework. It's Wednesday. Okay, you guys cannot leave class till class is over, but you may talk now. Okay, distance learners, let me know if you have any questions. Good to see you, Via, Jeremiah, Giselle, Lacey, Adam. Good to see you all. Hopefully you're doing well. We will see you guys tomorrow.
All right, welcome to, whoa, hello. Sorry, rip here, everyone's eardrums. All right, how about that? There we go. All right, welcome to geometry.
I used to be homeless, but then I decided to be a gamer girl.
I mean, that is about the entire transition. All right, moving on. All right, we are on exercises 3.7, number 16, part C. We started this yesterday, and then I forgot that we had a three-parter thing, so I didn't make diagrams ahead of time. My bad. I still forgot, so whatever. Hey, look, in my defense, I've been busy. All right, so we're going to get that, everything. All right. Anyway, with that, we'll finish up 16 and 18 today, and then we'll start talking about 3.8. And then at the end of class, I'll go over some upcoming dates, etc. No one cares Verizon. Okay, moving on. So we were talking about, we were told to prove that if two intersecting chords make equal angles with the diameter through the point of intersection, then the chords are equal. So we were told to consider the following cases. The first one is when the two chords intersect on the circle, such as point B here. The second one is when they intersect within the circle, such as point G. Okay. No, it's fine. Hey guys, focus. All right. So finally, we need to look at when the two chords extend or intersect extended intersect outside the circle. Yes, this is 16, part C. Yes, page 141. Thank you. All right, so let's go ahead and create our drawing. First of all, we need a circle and a shock to everyone. I mean, literally no one. Basically. All right, so we have circle, or we will have circle. I wish I could just set defaults, but we're moving on. There probably is a way. Okay. Now, we need to create lines that extend past the circle. So let's say, oh, this is going to be a pain. Yeah, no, I'm drawing the diameter normally. I don't feel like trying to make it a diameter and then... Okay. So we have a diameter. Let's go ahead and just... Boom, diameter extended. Okay. I'll cut that down as we need to. All right, then we have a chord that comes and... Whoops. Can you not? Thanks. Cool. That's nice. Okay, so we have here... It's because it's also highlighted. Yeah, that's you're seeing. Your brain is interpreting the highlight as part of the line. There we go. And then I got to try to somehow... Oh, actually, if I just start at that point... And then do... Stop that. There we go. Okay. So we have this set up. Then we need to draw... Oh, goodness. First of all, I need to find the stupid center of the circle because, heaven forbid, Google actually tell me where it is. This actually irritates me because there's no reason to not let me just see the center of the circle. Okay, I'm going to delete this line because we don't need it. All right, so there's the center of the circle. Now let me draw, oh goodness.
You say let me, computer says no.
Yeah, basically, actually.
It's like,
Basic.
it's like, so Google Docs, you tell me I can teach geometry on here, and then Google Docs is like, well, yes, but actually no.
Yeah, basically. Like, I want it to go to the middle of the shape, not the edge. Okay, are we drawing those? Yes, so these should actually be dotted. Okay, these are supposed to be perpendicular. We're just going to go with it because I don't feel like actually measuring. Doesn't matter what the diagram looks like. It matters what we say it is. Cool. And then, oh yeah, I need to cut. Rip. A little bit.
I started the unemployed mafia.
Why do you think the mafia actually started? Okay, we're moving on. I mean, somewhat.
Now look like the cool boss guy.
Usually it just runs with the family though.
Now I'm gonna look like the cool boss guy. You're fired. I'm not fired. You're a flight attendant. What do you mean?
I'm not a flight attendant.
Every time you say I'm fired or you're my boss, I'm gonna say you're a flight attendant. Just to fuck you.
All right, here's our diagram. Here's what's going on. We have two chords extended, intersect outside the circle. We have the diameter extended as well. So we have circle O, and let's go ahead and get started here. We're going to go ahead and insert our table. Okay. We are going to have 8 steps. It's going to be very similar, but again, we do have to. It's going to be similar but different, because that's the theme of this section. So circle. Nope. Insert. Equation. Thank you. Circle O. We have chord AB, CD. I should say chords. This is plural. Okay, and then we've extended to meet at E. We have EO cutting circle at F. And then finally we were told at the end angle AEF is equal to angle CEF. Okay, then you'll notice I've drawn 2 perpendiculars. So OG is perpendicular to AB. OH is perpendicular to CD. Anyway. Exactly one perpendicular can be drawn to a line from a point outside the line. So, number 3. Yeah, if I have perpendicular, we have what? Right angles. So we have, ladies, angle OGE equal to angle OHE equal to a right angle by definition of perpendicular. Okay, if I have right angles, what else do I have? Yep. Why can I not like hit an individual key today? All right. Yep, which one? Yep. Yep, good job. Actually, no. We don't have... Oh, you could actually. You got the hypotenuse here. What? Oh, no, it is hot. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Wrong proof. My bad. My bad. I'm sorry. Look, there's like so many similar proofs next to each other. It's really hard to like keep track of exactly which one I'm on at the moment. They're all like 8 steps, and they're all dealing with circles and... Yeah. All right, anyway. So we have triangle OGE. Why is it not working? Congruent. I'll come back and fix that. To triangle OHE. Yes. Why? What?
Right next to the high, you should put a lap in it. He photoshops it in.
It was just working. Actually, yeah, that's actually a valid point. Yeah, we still got 17%. All right, whatever. I give up. Oh, you know what? Duh. If I could get the keyboard to work, sure, but not right now. All right. So if I have congruent triangles, what does that mean about the parts? They're equal. So I can say OG. Whoops. OG equals OH. Why? Good. And number 8. Then that means since those are the distances, then my chords also have to be equal. So AB is equal to CD because, whoops, that's not an equation. Oh, really? In Word, it'll just take it, but or whatever. If in the same... Really aggressive reason. All right, moving on. Let me just... Cool. There we go. So now number 8 is proven. Finally, number 14, whatever we're on. Number 16. No, that was 16. Oh, my word. That one's done. Moving on to the next one, which is 18. Yes. Anything with the star number 141 or on page 141 needs to be added to your proven statements, except number 2 because we already have that. So that does include number 8, which is the one you guys had for homework. Cool. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why it's starred. Stars mean add to proven statements. That's why we normally do them in class. Equal chords, intercept, equal arcs. Oh, wait, no. No, that one's got a longer thing to it. I'll figure it out later. All right. Number 18. Bleh. Number 18, so remember where we are. Prove that if through any point in a diameter of a circle, a chord is drawn perpendicular to the diameter, then this chord is shorter than any other chord drawn through that point. See theorem 38. All right, so real quick, Andrew, what's theorem 38? Yeah. How do we measure distance? Or what do we define as the distance? Let me put it that way. The perpendicular. So this is going to be a real short proof. Okay? Insert, except for the drawing. Oh, goodness. I hate the drawings so much. It's an important skill. I can still hate them. All right. So we have a circle. We're going to have a diameter. We are going to have a chord that is perpendicular to the diameter. I'm going to go from here. And then I'm going to grab any other chord and go through that point. Cool. Then I need... I got to find the center of the circle. Give me a second. I'm so annoyed that I can't just go... Okay. In most other math drawing software, if you draw a circle, the center is also a grab point for lines and things. So I can actually find the center easy. And here, I got to like do 2 diameters and then figure out where the center is that way. Don't worry about it. You don't have to do it. Unless you're doing it on the computer. I believe it. All right. Delete that line because we don't actually need it. I just needed to know where in the world the center was. All right, and we're going to draw one more line. Specifically... stop it. Actually, that kind of works. Yeah, it's perpendicular-ish. No, not 8 pixels. 4. 4 is fine. All right. Cool. All right, so this is our diagram. Oh, minus labels. I should probably put in...
Nowhere. You see? Yeah, that's what it was. It's your sticker. I thought that it was. Yeah, I was bending it and I peeled it back and I was like, this is not a sticker. I peeled the whole thing off. It's a sticker. I didn't even know.
What else would it have been?
No, I thought it was a sticker. No, I thought it was just a piece of paper. I know. I thought it was a cardstock or something.
Oh.
Because they would put tape and stuck it onto the
Okay. Okay, got it. All right, moving on. So we got point A. We're going to say we have circle O. I got to... Oh, goodness. I'm trying so hard to keep track of where I'm actually looking in this book. We're going to call this point of intersection over here M. We will call the other side of the diameter B. Oh, I accidentally bolded instead of... There we go. We will call this line C. You guys see why I am done writing the supplement, by the way? This right here is why. Anyway. One more. This is going to be... Okay. Pat, we literally have line OK. Okay, I'm done. All right. Save and close. Shrink this thing down to something that's actually reasonable for a document. Cool. There is our diagram. What are you complaining about now? No, I spelled it right. I meant what I said. Okay, anyway, insert. I've been arguing with Google Docs all morning. Let me see here. Table. Not really, no. If we're going to be honest. All right, we have circle O with diameter AB. Point M on AB. Chord CD perpendicular to AB at M, and any other chord EF through M. Right, ladies? Yeah. Seriously, you're talking more than Adrian. Okay. I didn't say today. Anyway, moving on. Number 1, that's our given. You can see that in the diagram. I'm going to draw the perpendicular OK, perpendicular to EF. Oh, my word. Just select the box. You left me a 1-second voicemail. Thank you. Just enough so I have to delete something. All right, number 3. Okay, now, OK is perpendicular to EF. Let me see here. What? Seriously, what? The proof. Oh, wow. Okay. All right. You guys ready for the statement? From that, we know that OK must be less than OM. Exactly. No, why? I did not mean to insert a new thing. Nope. Anyway, why? That's not a reason we can use. You ready? I drew a perpendicular. That is, by definition, the shortest distance to that line. Guaranteed. So that makes OM longer. Like, OM has to be longer than OK. Because we've proven that before. So now I have the fact that this chord must be closer than this chord, which means this chord must be bigger. Because the one closest to the center must be bigger. So then CD must be less than EF. Yep. Cool, and that's it. So make sure number 18 has been added to your proven statements. I mentioned for you guys to do that yesterday, but if it's not been done, please go ahead and do so. And now that is the end of 3.7. So let's move on to 3.8. We need to talk about tangents, and not the ones I go on in class. Yeah. Okay. So we're on page 142. Make sure you're there in your textbook because you guys need to see these. We do have a definition here. and we do need to talk about what that means. So we have the word tangent. You go back there and do what I told you to do. Stop. Okay. A tangent to a circle is a straight line which, however far it may be extended, if you were paying attention, you just, anyway, has one and only one point in common. I will probably word that as exactly one from now on, but we're moving on. In common with the circle. We call that point the point of contact or point of tangency. Okay? Either one is acceptable. So in the figure on page 142, I'm not going to recreate it because it's in your book. Okay? In the figure on page 142, point P is the point of tangency between line AB and circle O. Notice that it barely touches the circle, and it touches it in exactly one point, that is point P. All points on a tangent to a circle except the point of tangency must be outside the circle. If it goes into the circle at all, then it's not going to be a tangent anymore. It's going to be what we call a secant. Don't worry, we'll get there. No point on the circle except the point of tangency could be on the tangent by definition. And if any point inside the circle were on the tangent would have at least 2 points in common with the circle, which would be impossible. So, theorem 39. I forgot to create a header. Whoops. Stop. Oh my goodness. I'm trying, guys. I really am. It's not heading 1. Is it? No. Wait. Yes. Yes, it is. And how have I been labeling theorems? Sorry, I promise I'll stop the scrolling in a second. But I like being consistent too. So this is 3.8, tangents. And now we need to deal with theorem 39. A tangent to a circle is perpendicular to the radius or diameter at the point of tangency. Wow, that's bad even for me. My left hand is really lagging behind my right hand today. All right, so they give us our given and prove and everything else, and then they tell us develop it in class. So let's go ahead and do that. Theorem 39. Now this is going to be short-ish. Okay, diagram is on page 142. The bottom one. I'm surprised I've not gotten a low battery warning yet. Yeah, like pretty bad. All right, we have 5 rows. Hey, I got 7 more minutes. If it lasts to 7 more minutes, I'm good, because in pre-algebra is going to be plugged in. All right, so number 1. Okay, we are given circle O, line RS tangent to O at A, radius OA, and point P, let's see here, another point on RS. And we mean this to be any other point. It's not specific. Oh, whoops, rip. We mean that literally to be any point. Okay? So we have that. So step 2, we have to say that P is outside circle O. That is something that we do have to declare by definition of tangent. Okay? So we will draw OP, because 2 points determine a line. Now, because of that, I know that OA must be less than OP. Why? Actually, no, we're proving it to be perpendicular. So after that, yes. But after we prove this one, we can use that. But to prove this one, obviously you can't use that. So here is the long version. A point is within a circle, on a circle, or outside a circle, according as its distance from the center is less than, equal to, or greater than the radius. Okay? Basically, this says since it's outside the circle, it must be further away. Five, this means that we have OA perpendicular to RS. Whoops. Guys. Because if a line is the shortest line that can be drawn, let's see here, from a given point to a given line, it is the perpendicular from the point to the given line. Now, we know that OA is a radius, right? Okay, so if it's perpendicular to a radius, wouldn't that also make it perpendicular to a diameter? Yeah, cool. I'm not adding on to the other two steps it wants me to add to prove that it's perpendicular to a diameter. If it's perpendicular to a radius, you extend it, it's a diameter, you're done. All right. Yeah, basically. I'm just refusing to show nonsense. All right. We have 4 minutes. I'm just looking at my lesson plans. Everyone chill. Just everyone calm down. I know. It's hard. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, cool. So we'll finish up. Listen up. We will finish up 3.8. Yeah, tomorrow. However, a couple things to keep in mind as we move forward. Homework from 3.1 to 3.8 will be due on Friday. You will be given number 2 tomorrow as homework in exercises 3.8. It is not tonight's homework, but I'm just letting you guys know number 2 is what would be assigned. That will be a direct proof with 3 steps. I'll announce it again tomorrow. Yep, 3 steps, direct proof. Okay. Let me see here. Homework. That will be due on Friday. You will have quiz 23 over 3.5 to 3.8 on Friday. And then you guys have test 5 coming up over 2.34 to 3.8. Notice it starts in chapter 2. Okay, it crosses the chapter divide. So make sure you guys are studying. That is this Monday, Tuesday. Okay, and the reason why I'm mentioning that is because it says March, and I know how things go. You see the next month, you're like, oh, that's not for a while. No, that's this next week, very beginning. Okay. I will give more details about that as we get closer, specifically probably tomorrow at the end of class or Friday before the quiz. All right, any questions? All right, I will see you guys later.
Okay, hello DLs. Okay, we need to finish our practice 9.4 from yesterday. Doug, remember what it said? Ricky, Austin. Okay. Okay, question number 3. Gabby, let's go back to this one. What was it that I wanted you to remind me that I needed to tell?
I think it was the one before. Yeah, it was like 4 problems, but it only had like 3 solutions. It was 4 questions, but it only had like 3 solutions. And it was something on the homework too. 9.4.
Maybe it was the homework that we were talking about.
We were talking about something this how it was like sort of like that one, but this one had like 4 things, and this one has 4 questions, but it only has like 3 answers.
Oh, that wasn't it. Yeah, no, what was it? Hang on, DLs. I'm looking at something. There was something I should have told everybody, and now I can't remember what it was. Gabby and I were looking at it yesterday after class, and was it the kilo? The kilo aspect? Oh, I know what it was. Okay, here. Okay, I want you to look at practice 9.4, number 2, the answers here. Okay. Now, you may have a question as far as what's written down here. So let's kind of go through it. The top part is the resistance. Okay. Now, you have to find the resistance of it all, the total resistance. So by adding all 17.1, adding all those up, or taking, and I put it all out there this way just to show you what we're doing. Okay? So you can take 17.1, which is the resistance of one load. You can multiply that in this case by 10, because it says 10 Christmas lights. Okay? That would be the shortcut. That would be the same process. Okay? And you're going to come up with 17.1, okay, or dividing that by 10, or 1.71, okay. Now that's your total resistance, 17 or 1.710 ohms, okay, or, yeah, ohms, right? Yeah. Now, your total current, now look at that number up there, the top number. It's 70.175638 or 386 kilo ohms. Shh, quiet. Pay attention to this. Now you may have asked yourselves, where did we get that large number for the numerator? Okay, that large number is the same is the 1 divided by the 17.1. So it's the amount of resistance for each load, okay? If you understand that. So it's 1 divided by 17.1 gives you the 70.17, what is that? Without my glasses, I can't see it. 70.175636. You need to have that number for each load when you're solving this problem. Then you're dividing it by the total loads, which is 10. And that's how we come up with 0.070 ohms. Okay? And then from there, you can still work your problem. Okay? So that was one thing I didn't tell you yesterday. You need to find the resistance for one load, apply it, and then apply that one resistance to all of them. Now look how we've reciprocaled, okay? Up on the third line up there, 1 over RT, resistance total, equals the 17.101 ohm. We've inverted what the load would be individually. That's the reciprocal. So if you hear or remember talking about the reciprocal of it, you have to reciprocal it to get your ohm. Okay? So a lot of things there. Just kind of keep it in mind as we do it. Okay, so now we're on number 3, I think it was, right? Okay. 2 resistors, each with the resistance of 5.3 ohms, are connected in a series to a 1.5 battery. So here's the questions. What is the total resistance of the circuit? How much power is used by the circuit? And how much power is used by each resistor? Okay, so here's what we're going to do for that one. Finding out the total resistance by adding the loads together. Or in this case, R times 2. Okay? So in this case, you're going to, each load is 5.3. So it gives us a total of 10.6 ohms for the 2. I hear talking. Okay, so the next line is talking about the current. So your IT equals voltage total over resistance total. Your voltage based upon the story is 1.5 volts divided by your ohms per, or the total ohms, the total resistance, is 10.6 ohms. Divide that, you get 0.14150943 amps, or estimating that to just 0.14 amps. Okay? So now we have to find out how much power is used by the circuit. Okay? So we got the voltage 1 equals voltage 2 equals the current total times the resistance total. Okay? So all those should be equal to each other. So voltage 1 is 0.14 amps times your 0.742. Okay? And they did an assumption here, and I'm not catching it. Hey guys, I should have caught this as I was putting this all in here for you. But my question is, I'm reading is what you should come up with. Question right now is where'd we get the 0.742? Do you see it anywhere? Or
Yeah, because it's E1 equals 0.144. Oh wait, times 0.742.
where'd we get the 742? That's because you gotta know that.
That middle one. I don't know where it's by the D line.
The second line?
Third line.
No, I know it's there, but where did it come from? Because it's mathematics, so it has to be something that's an answer to something in here. You see it anywhere? Is it, if you got a calculator, start punching some numbers in and see what you come up with. Okay? Distance learners, if you see anything, give me a text, please. Because if we just keep going down, the power that we're talking about for the circuits and each resistor, it's power equals voltage times current. Power equals voltage of 0.14 amps times the current of 0.472. Well, if the current is 0.472, it's not up in the second line for the current. So where did that come from? These are the answers that they gave me in my book. So I was just putting them down for you. Okay? Is anybody doing some calculations?
Is this a mistake you made on purpose to give us truth?
No. No, it's a mistake that I didn't catch. And I want to explain it just like I missed the other one. Okay? Shh. Guys, come on. I need you all to kind of work through this, help us out here, okay? Where do we get the 7 or 0.742? I know we're taking time and shouldn't do this, but you got to know this. Where to get it? Where do you get this 0.742? Is anybody doing any putting numbers together? 0.742? 0.4, what? Which line? Fourth line? Okay. Also, okay. Thank you, Andrew. So maybe I did a dyslexic thing here. This is chapter 9. This would be that. This is for what number are we on? 3? Okay, let me quickly look over my numbers here. Okay. I'm going to make a quick change, guys, just the way the day's going, so bear with me. Okay, so I made this is a, okay, so Andrew caught my dyslexic problem on the fourth line. P equals VI, P equals 0.14 amps times, and it should be 0.742, not 472, okay? Thank you on that. But now, where are we getting the 742 from? .014 times. Okay, I think I just found it. Let me go back out. I'll make my corrections because I think I just found it. Okay, there it is. .3 and insert symbol. Okay, guys, I found it. Thank you for your help. Let me save this, and I'll bring it up. Okay. Okay, so, see what I did? Line number 3. V1 equals V2 equals, hey, we're talking. You want to go back to your seats? V1 equals V2 equals current total times resistance total. Okay, so now the next step would be putting these numbers in there. V1 represents 0.14, that's the current, 14 amps, times your resistance total. Okay? Now, we're talking about each individual, okay? So 0.14, double check my math. 0.14 times 5.3, does that come out to 0.742? You got a calculator? 0.14 times 5.3, does that come out to 0.742? Somebody, even on your phones, come on, guys. Pay attention. Does it come out? Okay. So we solved it. So the voltage for 1 amp, listen up. The voltage for 1 amp, we're still on line 3, equals 0.742. Okay? So now, the next 2 lines is just showing you the broad picture. Okay? So P equals V1, this is for one of them. Okay? 14 amps times the voltage of that of 0.742 comes out to 0.0 or 0.10388 watts for one load. We have 2 loads. Okay? So that's why we have 2 of the same thing. Okay? So now the fourth, or the very bottom line, the power of 1 plus the power of 2 is the 0.10388 plus 0.10388, Gabby, equals 0.20776 watts, or 0.21 watts per second, or 0.11 watts each. Okay? So, once we figured out that what that should be, then we got to figure. So hopefully you see this, okay? Hopefully you've had time now to do this. Let's go to number 4. 2 resistors, each with a resistance of 5.3 ohms. They're connected in a parallel, okay, to a 1.5 volt battery. What's the total resistance of the circuit? How much power is used by the circuit? How much power is used by each resistor? And how do your answers compare to the answer for number 3? Here's what you do. We got to find our current, or our resistance, excuse me. So, we bring it all out. One resistance is 5.3 ohms. Doubling that gives us 0.1886792, but we are going to reciprocal that. Yes, sir. Oh, on practice? Okay, thank you. Normally if I was doing candy, you would get something, but I'm not, but thank you. Okay, so 2 resistance, 2, Now, how did we find the 0.188697 or 792? We divided 1 by 5.3. Okay? That's going to give us the 0.1886792 for each load. We add the 2 loads together, we got 0.33 or 3773584. Okay? DLs, I hope you're catching all this. If we were in class and it would be easier, I'm not doing it on the board because it's kind of hard for you guys to see the board. So I don't want to give the class an advantage necessarily for that. but that's why I write it all out this way too. So our resistance for the whole thing is 2.65 or 2.7 amps or ohms, okay? That's the resistance. That's our first question. The second question is how much power is used by the circuit and then for each resistor, okay? So voltage total equals voltage of the first equals the voltage of the second, or 105 volts, okay? Okay, let me get my book out again, because that doesn't, so. Okay, another mistake. Let me put it in here because I want you to get it right down. Hang on. Sorry, guys. This is number 4. Okay, so thank you. I'll put the answer. E. Solve that. Solve it. Okay, whatever that noise is, please stop. Okay, so now let me bring this back up. Okay. Okay, so now, you guys with me? Hey, stop your talking. Again, when I stop, doesn't mean that you have the right to start, okay? So now, our fourth line there. V total, the voltage total, equals voltage of the first, also equals the voltage of the second, but it should be 1.5 volts because that's what the problem had. I had a 0 in there instead of a decimal. So it's 1.5 volts. So current of the first, now I'm down on the fifth line, equals the voltage of the second, equals V over resistance of one load. So volts is 1.5 divided by the ohms of one load gives us 0.283018868 or 0.28 amps. Okay? But remember, we got 2 loads. So that's the bottom line. The current of one plus the current of the second is 0.283018868 times 2, or 0.566037736, estimating that or rounding that off to 0.26 amps for our total current. Okay? Okay. We got through that. Thank you for your patience on that. And in proper moments. Okay, I don't know about you guys, but I don't want to start chapter 10 today. Okay, now that we only have basically 15 or less minutes to do that. So, let me see where it's at. Hang on, let me check something. What quiz was that, 20? Quiz 20, where is it? 1820. Okay, DLs. Let's do this because you have this. Let's make, I want to go ahead and finish this. Shh. I'm going to hand out quiz 20 here in class. DLs, you have this. So go ahead and do quiz 20. And since I did not, you can do it either way. You can do it NOB or you can do it OB. Okay? Right now I'm not really caring. I just want to make sure we finish this before we start chapter 10. Okay? So DLs, do quiz 20. That's going to finish off this class period for you. And Get that back to me ASAP. And in class, Maya, come pass this out, please, to everybody. In class, I want you to work on quiz 20. Have that done by the end of the period. Okay? Deals, it's been a mathematical enjoyment to have you today and join us. So work that. We'll start chapter 10 tomorrow. Okay? See you later, DLs.
Should I turn this on?
Yeah, you can. Where am I at?